Ну что ж, господа, всем привет, всем здравствуйте, с вами Скэтман. Сегодня у нас с вами Disco Elysium. Мы продолжаем похождение алкоголика. Ну, они такие алкоголичные. Поехали. Фух, всем привет. Мужик скат. Я так и не подумал ничего хорошего лазер, поэтому просто лазер. Привет, лазер. Блин, крутая стилистика. Типа красками все нарисовано. Итак. Jamais vu, дереализация 15 индотриба. Левые варианты ответов дают плюс 4 очка опыта. Я бы его убрал. Минус 1 визуальный анализ, потому что минус 1 авторитет. Такое себе. И обычному служителю над законом я бы тоже бы убрал. Но надо опыт где-то заполучить сначала. Hidden есть еще, кстати. Похоже, как не один десяток лет назад здесь были и другие постройки.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
Девушка пристально смотрит на яхту, стоящую у причала. Синди Чейз.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Светиксон говорит, я здесь закон. Таната, привет. Мы лишь хотели узнать, как вас зовут, юная Лея. Не нужно понимать наши штыки.
And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
Она огрызается, но все равно откладывает кисть в сторону. Ты постоянно куда-то косишься, что там?
She turns her head to face the coast and nods disdainfully toward Joyce, performing maintenance on her boat. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features.
Интересно, из профсоюза она или нет?
The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That Ozon whore. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershaw. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Ты имеешь в виду Джойс?
On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world.
Погоди-ка, Озон, где это?
It's where they grow whores like her and their whoremen.
Откуда столько негатива?
Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to defend her honor.
Что делаешь с этой стеной?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from
Мурал,
low
а не
orbit.
картину.
I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
То есть ты не знаешь, что
Have you
написать?
ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so...
Скоты из профсоюза, а на самом деле из профсоюза. Почему ты зациклен на том, что вас сохранить это здание?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
Неплохо. У меня сомнений по этому поводу появится.
Yeah?
Я люблю паблик арт, не обращай нас внимания, продолжай творить.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
И сейчас Скиф скажет, это неофициальное, типа, одобрение.
She means the opposite.
Тебе что-то известно о недавнем убийстве?
I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Ладно, ты не хочешь говорить об убийстве, может, расскажешь что-нибудь об исчезнувшей броне убитого?
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
А разве броня не искусство? Искусство для тела?
Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza.
Ну, она пока недоступна.
Have a good time.
Have a good time. Так. Там есть маленькая девочка в перчатках.
No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I just told you.
Чего это ты?
I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
Типа мы свинья.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
До скорого, Синди.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response.
Снова постучать?
The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Не знаю, откройте, полиция.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
Я не шучу.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Помога, это не дрочное предложение.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Кип, скажи, что мы действительно с полицией?
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
Послушай, повторяй, не понимаю.
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside.
Фейнт, свупин. Про метлу не было слова. Метла Блум, если что. Балкон с видом на двор, на дерево, на котором повесили жертву.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Если походу, его рубашка расстегнута. Почему ты шепчешь? Такое ощущение, что у тебя уже проблемы.
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice.
Полголоса
I
отвечает.
don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Вообще-то жандармам очень нужно поговорить с
Is
тобой.
it really that important?
Спрашиваю, популярную
Like
рубашку.
a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Не бы скажешь, как тебя звать?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Лол. Придумал, наверное.
That's definitely
Да.
not his real name.
Тебя ведь на самом деле не зовут Мартин
No,
Мартинес.
of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
Из тихо, как на дне колодца, малейший звук отдается эхом. Похоже, тут как раз хороший вид на задний двор кафе. Можешь что-нибудь рассказать по
I can
решению?
tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Разве?
No, not you.
Что-то
Some more muscular type.
более мускулистый.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look,
Он снова смотрит на двор, вид портит старые садовые стулья и засохшие комнатные стены.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing
То есть он
last
врет.
Sunday?
I had a friend over.
Что за
It
друг?
was my Sunday friend.
Как на самом деле зовут его друга? Что-нибудь
He
видел он?
doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent.
Ладно, поговорим позже.
No. We won't.
Иди посмотри затяжку, гаси сигарету, балконный
Now,
переулок.
if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Убейте его остаться.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
Не уходи, прошу, я боже пить, я буду выносить мусор, только умоляю, не бросай меня. Чего ты хочешь, а? До слез меня
No,
довести?
for God's sake, I don't want you to cry.
Он пятится и перепуганно
Listen, I
озирается.
really have to go.
Как движением руки он бросает погасшую сигарету за
Good
ограждение.
luck with the investigation.
Он уходит. Блин, из-за того, что мы вот открыли... А, ну вот, видим анимацию, окей. Как он странно движется. Новое задание, курильщик на балконе.
He's gone.
На, бежать посмотри, куда он пошел.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
Сдаемся, значит?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Это славно, за дело. Должен быть какой-то еще способ попасть в это здание.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it.
Перевернуть его.
There's a key
Ключ.
beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has hundreds of apartments.
Как же найти нужную?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Положить камень обратно. Нифига себе. Так просто. О, камень. О, ключ. Повезло. Кто-то еще хранит ключи под камнями. Уведомление в объявлении пропажи домашних питомцев наклеены от одного поверх другого, видимо. Да. Пахнет стиральным порошком в коробке полных чистящих средств. Очки с откидными линзами аудитор, плюс логика минус авторитет. Эти темные очки с откидными линзами были популярны в старую эру, но их время ушло. Их тонкая проволочная оправа из золотого сплава ассоциируется с сидящими на наркотиках богемными художниками. Сейчас такие очки носят только бухгалтеры криминальных группировок, которые не хотят выглядеть круто. Но минус авторитет, так что такое. Восприятие. Обуви-то другой у меня нету, правильно? И штанов. Психопривет. С реакцией 5. Не, слишком крутая. В обуви были деньги. На стене нарисована пятиконечная звезда. Дверь в квартиру 9 заперта. Открытка Буги Стрит 46. Измята открытка с фотографией рынка на Буги Стрит 5-летней давности. Улыбающийся продавец рядом со своим товаром мертвыми петухами. Петухи подвешены под ноги, за ноги под навесом. Красная кровь стекает по тротуару, мем сказать, размытой фигуры прохожих. Офигенная открытка, да. Ты слон бегаешь? Да? Мне там был нужен.
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure. To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Что означает рога?
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it.
Почему цвет белый?
Because white is the color of peace.
Какие чувства звезда вызывает во мне?
Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
Старая обувная полка, ботинки, кроссовки и старые тапочки. В квартире 12 доносится громкий раскатистый храп. Опа. Ключ-то подошел. Плитка в ванной комнате покрыта самым настоящим мхом. На шторке в душе какая-то слизь. Магний. Алкогольный напиток Красный Командор. Эффект от использования веществ. +1 физиология. -1 боевой дух. Вся физиология? Нифига себе. Сильно. Обувь 3 разных размеров. Да, или там слышно храп, кстати. Вдалеке слышу шум машин, на город опускается ночь. На востоке виднеется бордовое свечение городских огней. В этом электрощитке полно проводов и окурков. Занавески сдвинулись совсем чуть-чуть. Изнутри кто-то наблюдает. Просто дверь в данный момент не представляет для тебя интереса. Кто-то выращивает розмарин, чабрец и кактус. Номер 28, тут дверь не забудешь. Дверь в квартиру 29. Почему не забудешь? Абсолютная тишина, никого нет дома. Дверь в квартиру 30. Изнутри доносятся голоса, которые подпевают под бодрую танцевальную музыку.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11.
Посмотреть замок.
It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Все должен быть в руках, да, постучать.
No reply.
Окей. Ну чё, взламываем?
This door has been closed with a padlock. But what are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
I believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, detective.
Попробую я зарезать скобу. Показывать пальцем кричалки на проржавевший металл, лейтенант. Не думаю, что, оказывается, это я пытаюсь сделать.
Perhaps you should give it another go.
Кит показал на скобу. Ща, погоди. Технику добавим.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A
Rip?
chalk-drawn number on the board
Что ты имеешь в виду,
says
Rip?
number 11.
Психо.
The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter.
Ты должен понимать, тихо, что как стример я воспринимаю фразу рип, как будто стрим гуфнулся. Типа, все ГГ. Дамаг получил. Вот. Это ладно. Я такой сразу же. Стрим не идет. Замок стуком по тебе может
After you, detective.
Яркий плакат с белой звездой, настоящая литография. Фотографии революционеров, позирующих с оружием наперевес. Книги с критической теорией об ужасах капитала и всяком таком. 9-миллиметровый патрон. Ух ты. Сейчас революционеры очень любят позировать с оружием. Концептуализация. Классический сарамирийский костюмный пиджак. Ух ты. Вместо куртки, да? Ну, куртка у нас топовая, политическая волна и трепет. С концептуализацией у нас проблем тоже нет. Все забали, что-то куртку.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov. Kraz Mazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Почему того, кто здесь живет, в Корсквале стоит бюст Краса
The
Мазова?
white star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Подстать. Отец Мазов, герой рабочего класса, отдать честь бюстов. Том, кто здесь живет, хорошо получить экономику, узнать, как она на самом деле работает. Крас Мазов был убийцей, погубившим множество людей, нет ничего готового в том, чтобы держать его бюст у себя на ночном столике. Типа мнение свое высказываем, да? Да, давайте.
He was definitely controversial. The tenant here seems to like him.
Том, кто здесь живет, похоже, нравится.
There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Отец Мазов, герой рабочего класса, отдать честь бюсту. Ну-ка, по
Whoever
фану.
lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
Наклоняется ближе, взглядывает карточки, выценив на
There
столе.
aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Он здесь живет, хорошо получить экономику.
I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do.
Берет книгу по экономике с
There
историей.
aren't many communists around.
Ладно, ладно. Тут есть хилс-поинты. ХП, в смысле, вот в нижнем левом углу. ХП и боевой дух и здоровье. Вот. Ну, я сейчас пока не собираюсь их юзать, но в целом, да, можно похилиться.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. Sounded like a woman. A woman's shoes.
Снова постучать.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Озвучка неправильная. This time the steps come closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice, very intense. Написано совершенно другое, нежели то, что он произнес. Какая-нибудь дверь тебя убьет. Откройте полиция. А я обязан открывать? Ты снова слышишь цокот каблуков, когда она проходит к двери вплотную. Ее интонации становятся оборонительными. У вас есть ордер? Я не обязан открывать дверь, если у вас нет ордера.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
Ну окей. У нас может быть ордер? Ну, в теории. Квартира 8. Написано, стена отряд для расстрела богачей.
Give me a moment.
Пожилая женщина опирается на метлу, ее костяшки повелели как полотно. Похоже, ей тяжело
The
дышать.
cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Вы в порядке, бабуль? Может, врача?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
Начинает кашлять, на щеках появляются красные пятна.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Кто вы такая?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Вы здесь живете?
If you can call it living.
А,
I have a little room.
сплевывает на пол,
upstairs,
но
right
сразу
next
проходит
to
по
the
нему
coal
метлой.
room. It's barely
Угольный
bigger than
чулан.
a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Я еще молодой человек, лет 25, темные волосы, худощавый, курит на балконе.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
А смотрит в другой конец коридора.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
Ничего, я просто хочу с ним поговорить. Вы знаете, где он живет?
Talk?
Больше начинаю смеяться, но смех оборачивается с чудовищным приступом кашля. Она сжимает метлу, пытаясь восстановить дыхание.
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you.
Да, что такое смешного?
We should go check out his apartment.
У него
on the
профессия,
balcony.
может, какая-нибудь
See
необычная,
if he's home.
которая не подразумевает диалоги с ним. Воскресный друг, тоже странная формулировка. У меня есть несколько вопросов по квартире. Может, он какой-нибудь религиозный чувак?
Ask away, policeman.
Кто-то из жильцов уехал в отпуск, у него почтовый ящик забит.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
Кто живет в 10-й квартире?
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
Ну, я с кем-то говорю через дверь.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
Замолчав, он вглядывается в коридор.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Конечно, посмотрю, что там такое.
Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Кто живет за дверью с висящим
Oh,
замком?
that one is a scientist. A future scholar.
Тут она сказала ровно противоположную вещь. То есть тут в переводе: о, это студент, будущий ученый. А тут: о, это ученый, будущий студент. Ровно наоборот. Лицо пожилой женщины вдруг словно
I
расцветает.
think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Астрологию? Может, астрономию?
Something to do with all those stars around
Она
his
думает
door.
поэтому, что на астрологию
He
изучил.
asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
Вояко стея звастью. Хитран, привет. Вы про звезду с рогами? Так это символ коммунизма.
The symbol of what now?
Коммунизм — это политическая идеология.
Ah. All I know about politics is that it's brought us more harm than good.
Что можешь сказать о Синди?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
Ха! Да все, спасибо.
Oh, no.
Спасибо, я пойду.
You hear someone walking around inside.
Эта квартира должна пустовать. Вы проникли в нее самовольно? Прошу прощения, разумеется, нет. Откройте дверь, чтобы я смог установить вашу личность. Ой, да ладно вам, присядь пауза, потом ты слышишь, как поворачивается замок.
Well, that was easy.
That was smart.
Ловко. That was smart. Сколько тащит блистер таблеток? Возьми его! Пусть ты бы дух взял. Похоже, неплохой матрас. Не будь идиотом, аж слышишь, как копошатся насекомые. О, черный туфлик пешком, плюс один способом косвенного налогообложения. Что? Что? Какие еще способы косвенного налогообложения? Эти туфли от Pear and Ingersoll вместо шнурков снабжены мешком и пряжкой. За элегантную обтекаемую форму их называют самой продвинутой модельной обувью. Они настолько продвинутые, что к ним не липнут ни помой, ни грязь. Состоятельный добытчик. Так. Способ косвенного налогообложения. Бонус от мысли — это легальный вариант, где дает плюс 1 реал. С этой штукой я буду 2 реала получать или что? Ну-ка, давайте попробуем.
The luxury of fine things.
Just
look at those
посмотрим, сколько он
background
такое,
straps.
каким помнится в этом самом.
After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet?
Верно, красивая вещь приносит радость.
Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your
Танюшка,
style,
привет.
draping your flesh in silk and leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world.
Сильно.
Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal, ultra liberal. They're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ideology.
Люди подтопкают на этом пути. Так, а трепет за что отличает? Почувствуйте дрожь, настройтесь на городскую волну. По-моему, вообще пока трепет ни разу ничего не делал, к слову. Я не припомню нифига. Вот, а внушение было бы неплохо. Логика минус авторитет. Минус внушение. Скорость реакции минус риторика. Минус драма. Плюс визуальный анализ. Вот смотрю на твоего персонажа, сразу вижу коп, никаких сомнений. Это хорошо, это хорошо. Ладно, оставим визуальный анализ. Это наша сильная сторона. С монтировкой был поубедительней.
Satisfied? My name is
Риэлтор.
Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
А, ты все скрипит носом.
There are a lot of different keys there. More than 20 at least.
Мусор пакет на оке, он другой.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
Роется в сумочке и протягивает тебе паспорт цвета бумажной обложки. Посмотреть паспорт.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
Милая стрижка, дайте
Thank
паспорт.
you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
А что вы здесь делаете?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Отвратительно, кто здесь жил?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
Но останавливаться не знаю, говорить ли
A
дальше.
sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Дальше покидаю видеопечатную
Oh,
квартиру.
that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
Ни его, ни денег.
The sum must have been puny.
Вряд ли он задолжал вам какую-то серьезную сумму. Квартира выглядит так
These
себе.
apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable.
Квартира выглядит так себе. Она экономичная.
I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
Радиокомпьютерные волшебники. Я, похоже, тоже потерял
Well, it
деньги.
does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
Погодите, со стеной что случилось?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Это все спасибо.
Of course.
Но глаза остаются холодными, она просто ждет, пока ты уйдешь. Сообщите уборщице. Говоришь, стену там снесли? Это вот там, да? Или нет, привет, не тут. В другой какой-то квартире. Великолепная квартира, что в ней повесится от отчаяния.
Give me a moment.
Я нашел 10 квартир никаких оригиналов. Там была риэлторша, которая готовила апартамент для новых жильцов.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Да, вот тут появятся радиокомпьютерные волшебники, они спасут это место и нашу экономику. Никто не поедет, нас ждет туннель, нищета и запустение, пока мы не начнем убивать риэлторов. Комментарий полицейского. Распутные девки и извращенцы. Вот кто поедет сплюнуть. Я уверен, что все будет в порядке, этому дому нужны постепенные изменения, едва заметные.
Yes. Well, I hope they're good people.
Постепенные изменения — это хорошие люди.
Your statements are too vague to comment on.
Спасибо, пойду. Объявление печатно по решению ассоциации риэлторов Мартинеза. Убийство риэлторов. Книга «16 дней холодного апреля». На обложке изображена черно-белая радуга над скоплением бетонных зданий. Книга рассказывает о тяжелой судьбе двух влюбленных во время этнических беспорядков в Юго-Гараане. Жанр — психологический реализм. Волны бьются в темноте обеих. А разбитое стекло решил проигнорировать, да? Кто-то пробил стену. Оставляй старый список покупок и банковские платежки. Назафет, Бабес.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Погода догадаться, что
A
произошло.
great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol.
Общая убитость дома, то сбитое стекло не очень
The
посредственно.
tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line. The wind blows through your hair. The sea breeze cuts around you, high on the balcony, as you stare over the edge at the sea.
Посмотреть на океан.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains.
Посмотреть на руины в воде.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Кто за этим стоит, за этими
The
повреждениями?
fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well.
Якорь закреплен на океанском дне. Воздушные суда. Круто.
Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
Слушай, Ким, а ты знаешь, кто так обстрелял наш город?
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
Интересно, как я выгляжу, когда стою здесь на
From
краю?
the eyes of a seagull, a nest of brown hair, not worth the 50-foot dive. From a pedestrian on the dock, a rugged man staring out to sea, mere feet from fatality. From a guest on the balcony of the whirling in rags, a silhouette imposing enough to be seen at a distance.
Время идти.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
Ага, мы эволюционировали.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
Скачай штуки на груди.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Это что, мазут?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
Пары мазут очень видно и понятно.
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage.
Замок заржавел, войти не получится. Стул новый, там кто-то живет. Тут у него же стены даже нет, как ты можешь жить? Мазов. У нас нет лома под мышкой. Есть хитран. Но тут не открывается диалог, значит лом не поможет. Здесь кто-то спал недавно. Синди. Сотни крошечных лапок снуют там под решеткой. Городские крысы. Рабочие джинсы пурлем. Электрохимия минус скорость реакции. Ну, то есть вот я возьму, да, и... О, нет, стычка. Открылась. Надо же. Окей. Этого угля хватит не на одну зиму. Пахнет химией. Может и замком покаяться. Да, попробуем хитран. Че пакетик делают? В него можно бутылки собирать, чтобы их потом сдавать. И копеечку зарабатывать. Но нет. Он даже не подсвечивается как предмет, поэтому не получится. Да, наш способ заработка психа. Мы такой вот мы полицейские бутылки собираем. Не хватает денег, носите в активный инвентарь пакет, собирайте бутылки, да. Обойдно. Проверь еще раз парня. Какого парня? Лазер. Ты же не знал, где он живет. Тебе типа, сказали теперь. Ну, кстати, она ушла. Наверное, тут. Nope.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
Ты о чем? Я вряд ли успеешь.
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here, right? He might know something
Не,
about the matter.
это я знаю.
Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
Хорошо, завтра отсадим.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Надо еще сегодня позвонить в карету по поводу анализа, который мы просили. Ну, не анализа, это такое. Данные по броне, по серийному номеру. Чего будем открывать дверь? Ну, давайте.
The door to the weasel's den, guarded by the lion-headed knocker. Both have seen better days.
Без всякого лишнего. Открыть дверь ключом, который дал. Хотя, ладно, прижать
The
кухню
leather
двери.
upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
Осторожно, тут стучать.
You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment.
I guess no one is in?
Лейтенант явно не по
You're
себе.
pretty sure the owner of the apartment isn't here. It's safe-ish.
Ким, что ты думаешь по поводу задания, которое мы тут
Let's
выполняем?
be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for. But every day tells you something new about yourself.
Отвечает лейтенант, продолжая посвящать обиту доложения.
Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
Намек понял.
The lieutenant merely nods in
Открыть дверь
response.
ключом, который дал за
You
имя
try to be
Маньяна.
as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. The sound of the key turning still echoes in the yard. Hopefully no one heard.
Все слышали, естественно. И я еще и зайду внутрь. Хо. Комната пахнет дезинфекционными средствами, химический запах.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes. And other a little
Постучать по
ring.
кружкам.
Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Достать кружку с желтым человечком и сравнить ее с остальными.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines.
There's the missing tin soldier.
Опять не заметил
Whoever
потерять.
lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues have a way of magically connecting to other clues down the road.
Ты действительно думаешь, что это тот же, кто выбросил одежду убитого
Who
Бака?
knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter. But still, a nice coincidence.
Джодис явно увлекается блондинистыми героями фэнтези с накачанными мускулами. Интеризоларная классическая рубашка. Плюс к логике. Рабочие джинсы Пурли.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
Что не так с этим солнцем?
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around
Это
the big
похоже на
sun.
татуировку.
This is the sevenfold sun miracle.
Что такое чудо семи солнц?
It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena
По-любому
is
на
how
случай незваных
old
гостей.
Revachol
Это
got its
комод
flag.
хитран, это обычная хата. Смотри, старый флаг сюзерена, указать на флаг.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
By old-fashioned, he means very right-wing.
Не поклоняться флагу,
The
закончить.
flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing.
Открытая книга «Тайный мир тростей». Вышедший в ночной битой одежде. Кто-то приехал в гости? Мазафет.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
Как полицейский обязан учить каждый квадратный сантиметр этого мира.
Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently for you to uncover them.
Жемрокская охота. -1 полицейская волна. Непонятное поведение. That's a boy. Концептуализация.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Некоторые вещи в сумерках выглядят отчетливее. Творческие порывы Синди заразительны.
Because you see it, finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
Пусть эстетическое удовольствие проникнет через очки в мозг и породит на
All
новые
the
мысли.
other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this. The uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft. Color peeled from the very face of God. Oh,
Еще.
wall father.
Ким, я должен расписать эту стену, сделать ее еще красивее.
Huh?
Что?
He sounds tired of it all.
Ким, я понимаю, что ты устал, но взгляни еще раз на эту стену, питайся ее красотой.
Sure.
Не сахар, привет. Обязательно сдобуду материал, а потом вернемся к этой
I
великолепной
suppose we
стене.
have to pass by it again at some point anyway.
Сделать эту стену еще прекраснее. Мартинези, по любой причине вы видите невероятно прекрасную стену и решаете приумножить на великолепие выразив себя как художник. Но для этого сначала нужно найти кисть. У кого ее можно взять? Еще понадобится краска и сам по себе творческий порыв. У кого? Тут один персонаж есть.
Hello again, officers.
Это ты,
Have you come to admire my mural?
ты спишь в угольном чулане?
Oh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Правда, шахтер?
Yes, I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
Не самое лучшее место, конечно, но сгодится.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
У тебя что, нет нормального дома?
Does anyone in a city like this?
Круто.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
Мне нужно немного краски и твоя кисть.
What for?
Для искусства, чтобы рисовать.
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about?
Кругом все пипец какое унылое. Искусство необходимо, чтобы жизнь стала терпимой. Просто дай мне кисть.
Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity.
Жалкий коп.
Not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience.
Увидишь, вы все увидите и пойдете в Тэппет.
Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. Everything really.
Концептуализация невозможного 17. Это потому что у меня сейчас все предметы на концептуализацию. Знаешь, что в каких слоях живет Синди. И это красная проверка. Ее она доступна всего один раз. %8 шанс на успех, да. А будет сейфловать нельзя, я не хочу. Мне реально нравится, как мы идем. Что вот мы проходим игру, когда пошел поверху, успех не прошел, ну все, ничего. И это действительно создает историю. Карта на стене сложена. Которая там внутри-то.
Several maps have the maps look old and faded.
Так, погоди. А, это внутри, которая. Эту карту уже нет, потому что я купил, но поверх нее попадет. А, блин. Окей, понял. Че с ХП, если воткнешься, упадешь? Ну, смерть, значит. Опа! Ты кто? Тут уж конец дня, не сахар, мы скоро спать пойдем и выздоровеем. Это тупо, что остается поверка, конечно. Охраняемая дверь. Статуя всадника, энциклопедия Сейдни. Да, надо позвонить, кстати.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Здесь стараться.
Precinct 57, how may I assist you?
Вряд ли не сахар. Из МПС не ответили, что им по серийный номер?
Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt sur la clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. So, It seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
Знаете, как называется теперь?
The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Trinell, and the one before it was Downwell. I think they might be the same contractor.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Подобную броню подгоняют по конкретному человеку. Должна быть способ храниться запись о том, кому его выдали.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
Поставьте, пожалуйста, очень важно выяснить, кому принадлежала эта броня.
Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then.
Пожалуйста, еще соедини меня с Сильви.
Just a second. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer.
Yes, hello?
Привет, Сильвия, снова полиция.
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
Да ничего.
You hear the cord breaking up.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Не обращайте на него лишнего внимания, нажать кнопку сохранения.
As always, it's DJ Max and Felicio, and you're listening to Street Freaks FM, bringing you the hottest, the nastiest, the most vulgar.
Это то, что слушает Ким.
A flock of seagulls takes off in the air, startled by the roaring radio. Right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off the radio. He's not looking at you as he says,
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe it picked up a random frequency. You wanted the prime line, right?
Спидпанк FM, значит, посмотрите в глаза.
Oh, is that what it was called?
Лейтенант изо всех сил старается казаться удивленным.
Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
Ладно, если ты не хочешь об этом распосняться, нет проблем.
Nothing to get into, really. But sure, let's focus on the important things.
No time to wait, привет.
This is Precinct 57. Can I 57th over and out?
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Так, энциклопедия. Чем этот король знаменит? Слышу, что кратеры от Рене.
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
Это как?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
Как ему удалось спустить всю национальную казну?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices.
Крюгеранд. Золотая южноафриканская монета, впервые выпущена в 1967 году для помощи в продаже южноафриканского золота на международном рынке. Монета названа в честь Пауля Крюгера, президента Трансвааля.
There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
Опять неправильный текст. He called it the Soul Aulum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers like some obese dragon instead of a bed like a normal person. Почему-то начало попустили. Он назвал ее Soul Aurum. Это была пища непристойность. Кроме того, говорили, будто бы вместо обычной человеческой кровати он спит на груди позолоченных перьев, как какой-то разжиревший дракон. Отвратительный фарс. Неудивительно, что все скатилось в дерьмо.
But wait. You haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
Что?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
Выходит, он любил попутать нос. Жирный торчок, значит.
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
Что еще за пудру для носа?
Cocaine.
Это в голове не укладывается?
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
Ясно, где он сейчас похоронен.
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
Что случилось со статуей?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Кто восстановил
Some
монумент?
years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
Это гениально, так забавно, такой нигилизм.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
Level up. Итак, я хочу мысль убрать. Обычный служитель закона. Лимит улучшения всех навыков повышается до 3. Минус тепик, минус внутренняя империя. Итак, Живемевю, Джемрокская охота. А как же лимит навыка быть не собрали? Индотриба. Wild Pines, Фельд, Купри, Трисентениал, Вилье Лассаль. Названия ивашольских индотриб всплывают у тебя в голове после упоминания Wild Pines. Королевские монополии, спруты и марлины, или марлины, по большей части вымершие. ИБП, Экспандер, Сен-Батист, Яркая звезда, Лам, Респлендент, Восточно-Австралийская компания, Вельтер, Эль Кассет. Но одной не хватает, верно? Погоди, нет, их было всего 14. Так почему же тебе кажется, что была 15-я индотриба? А мысли, которые нам навык дают, есть? В смысле, очко? Без понятия. А типа, в итоге, да, конечно, есть, ну типа, то есть ты имеешь в виду, бафают что-то. Ну да, но, например, Гийом де Леминьон. Плюс им боевой порог, психика, лимит всех навыков повышается на 1. Ну вот, например. Я, знаете, передумал джемрокскую охоту выучить, потому что час всего лишь с маленьким дебафом. Минус 1 политическая волна, непонятное поведение. К этому моменту ты уже должен был осознать, что тебе нравится копаться в контейнерах. Нравится открывать двери и смотреть, что за ними. Может быть, там секреты? Или новые такие славные контейнеры? Будем честными, контейнеры тебе нравятся любые. Мусорные ведра, кухонные ящики, люки, карманы, пальто, потайные сундуки филиппийских царей, хранящие запретные реликвии. Ладно, такие тебе пока еще не попадались. Но когда-нибудь... Стоп, это поэтому ты так стремишься открыть все контейнеры? Думаешь найти священный скипетр и горную сферу?
The woman still has her eyes fixed
Что
on
он
the
пальцем мне
threat.
перед лицом?
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Дважды щелкнуть пальцами.
Where am I? Who are you?
Как фокусник, выводящий вольс из гипноза, ты выдергиваешь ее обратно в реальность. Есть навыки без дебафов. Да. Ну, например, вот, тряпка собираешься. Стойкость, все белые проверки разблокированы. Стойкость, лимит улучшения повышается до 4. Ну, в общем-то, у Гийома нету минуса никакого. Одиноко дорога домой. Восприятие лимита улучшения повышается до 5. Спиды дает 1 пси. Что такое пси, не знаю, но... Ну, магниевая форма жизни есть минус. Погоди, ты про навыки или про мысли? Если про навыки без дебафов, что значит без дебафов? Они все дают какие-то силы, но при этом как-то тобой управляют. Психика. Психика. Вся психика? Неплохо. Про мысли. Ага. Есть и такие, да. Вы в порядке, уважаемые? Вы были в отключке.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
Ну, так, с отвращением. Погодите, что такое плохого в
The men
50-х?
have the small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber?
А где вы... А когда вы могли бы быть? А где вы могли бы
Back
быть?
in Mecca, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is.
Посмотрите, обвиняющий взгляд. Кто такой Габриэль Буэнгерро?
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
Показывайте фотокарточку в роскошной янтарной рамке.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
Откидывать любой связанный воспоминаниях
In
мира.
all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Я так понимаю, в молодости вы жили в Меске.
Someone was.
Кто-то? Разве это не ваши
They
воспоминания?
are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not?
Huh.
They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
All of what? The world. The present.
Что ж, у меня есть к вам еще вопрос,
Why not,
полицейский.
Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
Она вновь облокачивается вперед своего грузовика, за ней на приборных панелях виднеются горы сувениров, фотографий и безделушек. Что вы перевозите?
Diamonds.
Бриллианты,
Of course
правда?
not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Вероятно, что на самом деле перевозите?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
То есть вы не знаете, что погрузили в собственный грузовик?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
А что если груз окажется контрабандой?
Then it's contraband, Lowman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad hand. Hermenegildos's bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
И все же до сих пор не понимаю всю эту историю с Боядейро и Габриэлем
Of
Буэнгерро.
course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to on the Western Plain.
The Boyadero, Boya for short, is a cow herder from upstream Magritte. The
Ковбои.
great steppes of northern Mesk. People like Manana at the gates have turned it into an ideology of sorts.
Ясно, что это?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
Я так понимаю, то не происходит.
Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
Кажется, знаю, чем все кончится.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
Прекрасная песня.
The most beautiful. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boy a little.
До того, как я пришел, вы казались какой-то далекой.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler.
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Стоп, почему это лейтенант?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
Стоит ли видеть грузовик, если вы так себя чувствуете?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will.
Что это за маршруты?
Lomonosov's Land, Udajnaya Zemlya,
Удажная.
Western Plain.
Кивает, вновь закрывает глаза, опуская разум в свободное
The
плавание.
Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly.
Я в некотором роде эксперт по отключке и вам не мешал бы последить своим состоянием.
You're right, Loman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me. Is that all you woke me up to say?
Сарказм. Так, сейчас, секундочку.
Yes, go.
Электрохимия, да?
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something. Soft, yet crinkly. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar.
О, опасно.
By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum, loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
Так, пока что все, что в видео связано с электрохимией, она тебя толкала понять, занюхать, выпить, полетать. Или завидовала всем тем, кто все это делал.
The woman is still hunched over the railing, her head swaying to the music.
Электрохимия
Her
4.
eyes.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
Похоже, что вы неплохо разбираетесь в наркотиках.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary. No drugs can compare.
Враг?
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversary. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest.
А как... Я не об этом хотел сказать.
Then what were you getting at?
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
Меня выслал враг поднести палец к носу и дважды постучать. Лол.
Who the fuck is Irrat?
Председатель профсоюза.
Ah, and what do I care about the union boss? He's no Gabriel. He's no Franco Negro. He's not even Hermenegildo the Hound.
Хорошо, скажу иначе. Это вы возите наркотики через терминал Б?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
Вы говорите, что не знаете, что за грузы перевозите. Это могут быть наркотики?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Lowman?
Я не знаю, потом я спрошу
It's
вас.
diamonds, Lowman, obviously.
Я не спрашиваю вас о бриллиантах, не так ли? До них мне нет никакого дела.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras.
Если бы требовалось выбрать наугад, кого бы вы здесь заподозрили в перевозке
Easy.
наркотиков?
He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Ну хорошо, если вы не связаны с перевозкой наркотиков, то что вы здесь
Where do you
ждете?
want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back very well to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Закрыл блокнот, чтобы придать вес словам. Блестящая обертка от жевательной резинки, которую вы нашли в кармане рабочих джинсов. От нее исходит очень слабый запах абрикоса, рот начинает наполняться слюной. Опасно.
A lorry stuck in the traffic.
Right to work!
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Ты водишь грузовик, верно? Что думаешь по наркотике?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
От тебя несет бухлом и сигаретами. Чем наркотики отличаются?
You know where that shit comes from? Saramiriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Погоди, но ведь алкоголь тоже делают вальдемарате, мне так сказали.
I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka. Koikos and worse much, but they do no booze.
Слушай, тут я соглашусь. Наш долг у бати этот яд с улицы вышел, верно?
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then...
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
А что ты здесь до сих пор торчишь? Остальные командиры почти все
What do
разъехались.
you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kids sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Промолчать.
The man pulls on his cigarette furiously. Probably
Если ты, то кто возит находки через терминал Б?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang. That beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Погоди, ты получишь на торговскую югу отсюда, он еще и грузовик водит?
Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer's stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right. 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Похоже, пора навести селение.
Guess so.
Он ухмыляется, очень довольный собой. Где там грузовик с разбросанным барахлом? Вот это вот, что ли, разбросанное барахло?
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Ты, похоже, человек, который мог бы разбираться в наркотиках.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back.
Я
I
знаю.
had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Не надо заторчать, я ищу дилера.
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit, usually through some trickery, persuasion, or fraud.
Я буду с тобой откровенным. Я пытаюсь выяснить, кто возит наркотики через терминал Б.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Погоди, а чё ты тут до сих пор
Gotta guard the
торчишь?
stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
A rhymesmith. This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
А кто там может заниматься наркоторговлей, как
Look,
думаешь?
man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Он поэт, выдай ему свой лучший стих. Ща попробуем.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Your
Сиганная
best verse.
кость.
You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed and liquor stains. Wait, no. What are you doing?
Она сломала меня, она меня, черт подери, сломала.
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will...
No, stop. He's already mortified.
Нет, Томми, это мои тексты, слушай, продолжите, она меня до крови расфигачила.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Это не по правде, парни, на самом деле я так не думаю, это поэма.
Yeah, I get that, and it's cool, but...
Я больше никогда не буду прежним, она все где-то рядом, к чертям, все, полный мрак.
Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes, they're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Эмпатия. Понравилось то эмоциональное стихотворение. Так. На эмпатию у меня толком нифига нет. У меня есть журнал с эмпатией.
Still here, stuck in this damn
Что ты
jam,
видишь в
my
его
man.
глазах?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Давай, Томми, колись, что тебя тревожит?
Man, nothing's troubling me. Just the usual Lorman tropes and hopes, the road and the rhymes. This jam ain't helping either.
That all the beans you got, Tommy? Damn, it really is hard to talk.
Дай-ка, тебя еще не задолбало? Чем? Безумная майка в сеточку. Откуда это вообще взялось? Нет, правда, кто засунул в этот ящик? Без комментариев, носить на свой страх и риск. Следы. А что, там новая проверка в следах появилась?
What do you see?
Чего следы? Мы же уже их... А! Все, понял. Пройдено, ага.
You see a set of tire tracks in...
Я бы сходил в ломбард еще разок. Посмотрел вещи, которые продают. Между ног изображен топ с девушкой, написано «La Ligne de la Disco».
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders.
Загнанная нами в ломбард не вернуть с концами, я так понимаю, да?
A typical Martinez streetlight sits. The boomboxes wait on the shelves. And your boombox, that gold and amber Harman Waushi, stares at you.
Я хочу купить магнитофон.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Я довольно навязывающая манера общения. Да вроде нет. Ха-ха, с бумбоксом такой. Это ностальгический катушечный магнитофон. Немного потрепанный, немного пропшарпанный, да и громкость подводит, честно говоря. Но выглядит круто. Положи его на плечо, нажми плей вперед. Случайные прохожие будут в восторге от твоего музыкального вкуса.
You see rows of toy soldiers.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I
Телефон,
can
который я
help
купил,
you
они
with
уже могут
anything.
поставить эту катушку, верно?
Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape.
Только я катушку-то продал ему уже, блин. Типа я иду, да?
Shine on these sunglasses.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish
You keep coming.
if he really wants to save the economy. He'd let you pay with net worth. The speaker's below. You should go over and ask him about paying for those sneak.
Она была пустая же.
Everything's
Да.
cool here, officer.
А что, игра? РПГ, где мы в том числе общаемся с параметрами себя. Скажи, Лень, что ты думаешь о наркотиках? Так, ща, погоди.
Everything's drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
Капец, он легко переводит тему. Я очень увлекаюсь наркотиками.
Very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
Я на самом деле не люблю наркотики.
That's cool. Especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs. And are very conflicted about it. Still, no drugs here.
Мы еще водитель грузовика, который привозит наркотики из порта. Он или она в этой где-то в этой
That's
пробке.
even cooler. You investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Но ты водитель. Другой шофер познал тебя и твой грузовик.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Он идет паузу, чтобы подумать.
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
Хватит юлить. Что тебе известно о перевозке наркотиков в порту?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
Нет, это не просто какие-то наркоторговцы. Так, хорошо, если ты не знаешь, что я скажу твоему нанимателю, то что ты подаешь в голос?
No use. He's not telling us. He's too afraid. We need to take him to my station and ask him there. After we've called his boss.
О,
Okay, look.
неплохо,
There's
Ким.
bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Мы с тобой друзья, Селень. Так помоги же нам, никто не узнает, что это был ты.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
Кто эти другие водители, которые они говорят?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
Показывает на север.
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Это рулевая женщина, случайно не та пожилая женщина, показывает на дальнобойщицу, странно и не в себе.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved.
He's not ruling her out.
Она может быть связана с парнями Харди?
I don't know. I'm not local. I don't know anything about that.
Ладно, проехали в итоге.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
Не буду тебе мешать. Узнать, кто такая дальнобойщица, где ее грузовик.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my
Я
man.
слышал, что среди шоферов есть женщина, и, похоже, тут нету. Не знаешь эту рулевую
I don't
даму?
want to talk about that.
Не хочу давить, но мне нужна твоя помощь. Похоже, она замешана в делах с наркотиками.
I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
Я уже спрашиваю тебя, кто занимается наркоторговлей. Ты сказал, что не знаешь. Теперь выясняется, что
I
знаешь.
didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
It's true. We would of course a lie. But a kind heart is tricky.
Черные солнечных очках замечательные такой тоже носят такие, и, судя по всему, они такие замечательные, что приходится солнце красться ладонью. Замечательные очки.
Bah, emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you. That's a fact.
Что еще, как ее зовут?
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
Кто он у тебя?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
Как она выглядит?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died.
О, легко будет
It was
познать.
violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Когда она уехала?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
Поверь, ты сильно так.
I just can't, man. I'm not naive.
Ты говоришь, у нее свои тараканы, что это значит?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
Мне говорили, что все ее боятся. Ты нет?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
Творится у нее в голове.
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
Когда он уехал, заставил свой грузовик.
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman for one. Wait, this guy says they're friends, then acquaintances, and he's okay with others ratting her out?
Значит, ты не против, если ее сдадут другие. Ты просто свои руки морать не хочешь.
I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt too.
Поставь меня на себе на мое место. Мне это нужно и для другого расследования. Это важно. Я не могу его
You're
провалить.
not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man.
Она подозреваемая. Ты должен мне сказать, где она. Иначе я не смогу закончить расследование.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
Смотрит ей в глаза и что-то ломается у него внутри. Где находится рулевая дама?
Here.
Он достает из кармана брелок с ключами, глядит на них и отдает тебе молча.
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex. Looks like a chain lock.
Her lorry's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
Он моргает, а взор становится наполовину пустым. Как ключи оказались у тебя?
She left them to me. Because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
Что-нибудь еще не знаешь, где она сейчас?
No. I don't know.
Еще один вопрос кое о чем другом.
Nah. I need to think my own thoughts now. Pray forgiveness for my sins. Go check your cabin. I hope it gets you something.
The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
Будет находить более качественный предмет в запертых контейнерах. Намастно.
This green found, A to Z, Contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This is the one our man pointed to.
Вот заглянуть в окно.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and two steering levers. You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. Then the door pops back a few centimeters. You can just... The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be.
Оценить плакаты.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye. a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin. The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably grenade number 5.
Изучить постер из журнала?
The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly. This is Tip Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death. She wasted away in a drug den called Door to the River, not far from here, on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world, and the camera, too. The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Что еще Speedpunk FM? Есть такая радиостанция?
No, that's on 78.9. What? I happen to have committed the frequency to memory. I have no problem admitting that.
Зачем кому-то столько
For
радиостанций?
contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range, too.
A 20-kilometer radius at least, perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Мы можем что-то сделать с радио?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
Что-то еще есть?
The ghostly actresses and the
Посмотреть
rug
педали.
you wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Похоже, что шофер наклеивает педаль газа на наждачную бумагу, чтобы не отскользила нога.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
Наждачка должна была стереть узор с подошвы правого ботинка водителя.
Yes.
И к чему ему нравится к чему-то клавиш. У следов одной из пар обуви на месте преступления была необычная особенность. Одна подошва более гладкая, чем другая.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
Интересно. Сперва торговля наркотиками, потом это. Насколько глубока эта колющая
Now we know
нога?
for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
Это совпало бы с тем, что сказал нам Джойс, но я не хочу делать поспешных выводов.
Understood. We should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still
Вытащить
smiling.
выдвижной ящик с инструментами.
Metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Раздвинуть
It's an
газету.
issue of Petit Ferique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages.
Подай
It
бумажку.
looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before.
Что-то
I
знакомое.
know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
Задвинуть выдвижной
The
ящик.
pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was.
Поменять обивку на
Posted,
пассажирском
voila,
сиденье.
a stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
Bonne prise.
Холит тебе лейтенант, пока ты копаешься в сокровищах, потрепанных и аккуратно сложенных. Развернуть верхнюю карту.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the Old South. Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock, and this person knows them all. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881, high above the mass of brown and red roofs that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield.
Куда ведет дорога?
To Kuron, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road.
Развернуть вторую карту.
This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st precinct.
Язва. Посмотрите третью
The
карту.
final map displays a labyrinth
Под
of
нашим
service
участком, к
tunnels
слову.
left over from the construction of motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain, and a traffic island in central Jamrock, by the lake. These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway.
Что все
It
это
means
значит?
that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated the East Motor Tract, most likely. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
И где в итоге оказывается
Hard
контрабанда?
to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmerti behind it.
Бессмертный? Почему-то это звучит знакомо.
The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes, but really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revachol. With cool names like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta, it's a dark parody.
Черный юмор. Как ты думаешь, что за этим стоит?
It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Стоп, бумаг подсоединим, подвести итоги.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
The stack of maps looks just like before, barely noticeable. The movie stars look silent and close the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Поперед про Харди объяснение по поводу торговли наркотиками.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Похоже, стандартную полицейскую процедуру. Ким, что ты обо всем этом думаешь?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. This is useful info. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
Что насчет плакатов? Какую роль они
As
отыграют?
elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
На плакатах было много женщин, особенно если учесть, что водитель женщин. Женщина.
Yes, well,
Выходит, это действительно связано с профсоюзом.
like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them to other ends as extra ammunition.
Говорим насчет расследования.
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
А сам что думаешь?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Коррупция?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Ну ладно, закончим обсуждение. Окей.
Debrief over. After you.
О, чуваки отсюда ушли. Так, еще дел-то дофига. Надо с Титом поболтать, надо к Эврару сходить. Надо с Джойс поболтать. Сейчас всех. Чайку налью. Спасибо, Нисака, спасибо, Донайт. Спасибо, Донайка. Так, вот я скушать чуть-чуть буду, поэтому водку выключу. Так, блин, куда идти-то? Надо, наверное, с Титом поболтать. Мне кажется, что его болтать будет легче, чем Аврара. Пэт Хиппи. Здравствуй.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Кит не слишком рад тебя видеть. Так. Хочу снова поговорить о твоей
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
Так, пакет с бутылками, минус 2 авторитет, минус 200 стелс, бутылки бечат позекает. Я нашел 8 пар следов, но у нас только 7. Где 8-й парень, Карни?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Что она? Ага.
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Да не, мы же уже знаем, кто.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
I
do the talking here.
Да.
Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching.
Да, Хиппи. Но в теории, дальнобойщица.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Я нашел связь между вами и местным наркоторговлей.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
Верно, нет никакой местной наркоторговли, кроме вашей.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
Ну-ну, убеждай себя и дальше. Я-то точно знаю, что на улицах по-прежнему полно наркоты.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? The stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
8 Харди, которого не хватает. Которой? Это же она ведет так дела, так?
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints. Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know? I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Ну, мы знаем, что это не она, но давай спросим.
I am not.
Сука, ты че это?
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
Знаешь, он ведь прав, ты очень симпатична.
The cold look in her eyes speaks louder than words. She is not amused. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
Can I help you?
А в оплате постой на сегодня.
20 real.
Да, вот 20 реал за ночь.
You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Так, рептидов потом. Так.
You see a heavy steel door with
Так, а у нас в номере там бутылок случайно нету?
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Я что, курильщик?
Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering delicious.
Но затушил бычок до фильтра, догореть не получится.
How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able.
Да, надо бы так и сделать. Да, надо бы так и сделать с большим энтузиазмом. Не надо бы этого не делать. Это станет моим главным приоритетом. I shouldn't not do that. Что ж, я подумаю.
Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best
Настоящий.
thing. Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count if it's not all the time. And when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Увидимся утром. Не увидимся утром. Ты чё?
Yes?
Пока. В смысле пока? Блин. А эту бутылку нельзя почему-то взять.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered.
Я там еще одну бутылку вижу, ну да ладно. Вот эту бутылку нельзя взять. Это самая важная бутылка. Блин, Ким, какого хрена? Ты должен быть тут на балкончике, мы должны с тобой обсудить дела сегодняшние. Блин, я прошу прощения, давайте я загружусь, потому что, ну... Это было полчаса назад, ладно, не буду я загружаться. Ну, это косяк, короче. Когда пьете вы вино, вы в итоге меня оставьте заодно. Неплохо, неплохо. Какой косяк? Да мы с Кио должны были обсудить сегодняшний день, еще пойти тусить сейчас, типа там с Эвраром болтать, а он пошел спать. На что деньги тратить? Ну, например, на оплату жилья 20 реалов за ночь. Можно на наркоту предметы всякие покупать, одежду себе. Что, подниму горький дым зачем? Вспомнилось. Не хочешь спалить, но у меня на второй день тоже не было обсуждений на балконе. То есть при том, что типа ты пытался его устроить, да, я так понимаю?
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Всего 2.40, я был уверен, что гораздо больше у меня
The
денег.
tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10.
2.40 всего лишь. Секреты покурите.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various...
Is this about the question?
24 бутылки. Да, получается так. Не, ну мужчине справится с головомером.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let your...
Так, ладно. Ну да, погнали в комнатку читать книги. Утром продолжим. Машина, кстати, исчезла. Как время идет? В диалогах. Каждый диалог, даже с самим собой, двигает время. Ну, без повторов, которые, то есть. Повторяющие диалоги время как не двигают, а сам все диалоги двигают. А что без напарника? Он спать пошел. Ну, короче, уже поздно.
The fan stands still.
Ну, я сейчас, в общем, тоже спать уже пойду. Вот. Но сначала давайте еще позаимодействуем с предметами. У нас тут много чего есть. Пуля больше ничего не скажет. Кружка желтый человек ничего не скажет. Книга, фотография татуировок. Тоже уже читали. Карта Мартинеза. В реале? Что? Не понял, что в реале?
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Ща. Спать пойдешь? А, нет, не пойду. Это страшный сон Тонатора там сразу же. О боже, он пойдет спать. Он будет мешать мне играть. Хотя не, энциклопедия, думаю, будет лучше. Давайте логику поднимем. Заснешь в или поснешься в ВКБ.
The worn map featured your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North. Finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
Все?
The worn map.
Это все взаимодействие? Ну охренеть, да. Написан от руки записка из холодильника. Найден на вагон на холодильнике в виде белого медведя. На ней до сих пор сохранились следы от магнитика, в котором она прикрепилась к двери холодильника. Читали, книга. Обертка от абрикосовой жевательной резинки. Опасно. Книга, кратко описание инфраматериализма давать. Кратко введение в инфраматериалистическую теорию, предназначенную для широкой аудитории. Этот экземпляр провел на немало времени в чем-то заднем кармане.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Причем тут Фрисель?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Почитать колонку редактора.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling
Сейчас
the
пойдет
radical truth,
рекламная
even
интеграция.
when that truth may drive away potential subscribers.
Сейчас пойдет рекламная интеграция, это по-любому. Все, 4-й выпуск, они, похоже, уже растеряли всю свою читательскую аудиторию.
So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs,
подпишись на
please
канал.
consider subscribing today.
Так что, если вам нравится...
Yours in struggle, the editors.
Если вам нравится пукпекиш, бекиш, бабулеки, пожалуйста, подпишитесь на канал.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Международное положение, хочу узнать, что творится в мире.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd.
Тех не знаю, что делать, вот, пришло ваше время.
Whoa. Bear wrestling. Flip back to that.
Ладно, посмотрим, что это за медвежья борьба такая.
It seems to be part of a new public fitness initiative in the People's Republic of Samara, SRV, devised and promoted by none other than President Kenejinsky himself.
Ксип-1 вступил в наши ряды.
Спасибо, Хиппи, за поддержание линии Пукпека-Жбека. А за небольшой пожертвование нашему каналу вы получили личного Пукпека.
According to this extremely credulous account, Uncle Sport, as he's affectionately known to his people, has recently decreed bear wrestling the national sport of the SRV.
Погоди, скажи мне побольше об этом дяде спорте.
Based on the description in this article, he appears to be an extremely competent and democratically elected president.
Все берите пример с Хиппи.
Sapormat Sport Kenejinsky is well into his third decade as president of the SRV. Outside Samara, he's known for three things: brutal repression of internal dissent, monumental corruption, and a near pathological obsession with physical fitness.
Забавно. Товарищи, дело Пукпека-Жбека надо развивать. Замечательно, теперь перейдем к медвежьей борьбе.
It's quite straightforward. A standard match features one man, or in some cases, woman, against one bear. Two competitors, one ring, 5 rounds, or until incapacitation.
Пэтсина, ты только стартанул? Нет, это конец второго дня. Я в эту игру тоже пытался поиграть, но что тут столько нужно читать, много, что я подустал. Ну да, игра вся про текст. Просто больше 50% текста к делу вообще не относится. Да. Просто какая-то вода лишняя, ну может тебе зайдет. Ну, по поводу воды, ну было бы скучно, если бы в этой игре был бы только мейн-квест, не было бы побочных квестов вообще. А в целом, да, та же энциклопедия, например, если мы ее качаем, она нас заваливает бесполезной информацией. В этом и концепция, что, типа, параметры, которые ты сильно апаешь, они тебе мешают. Ты становишься им подвержен. Смотри, какой смайл у меня есть. Да.
According to the SRV's Ministry of Information, the program has been a tremendous success. Public support stands at 87%, and youth obesity and alcoholism rates are down 12% and 7% respectively.
Как это связано с медведями? Ну, не только. Просто чуть поменьше бесполезных фибр, тогда бы я поиграл дальше. Ну, если я понимаю, что ты имеешь в виду под бесполезной инфой, которая не относится к сюжету, ну да, это называется лор. Во многих играх он, типа, довольно развит, при том, что реально никак не влияет на сюжет вообще. Ну, то есть, такого рода игры, какой-то Dragon Age, например, Mass Effect, в которых очень богатый лор, но они никак вообще не связаны с происходящим, никак на него не влияют, и эту информацию можно легко упустить, ты ничего не выпустишь в плане повествования. Это просто лор. Вот лора тут дофига. Чуть поменьше лора, или опционального хотя бы. Хочешь читаешь. Ну, он же есть, в принципе. Хочешь читаешь, хочешь не читаешь. Качаешь энциклопедию на единицу. Все вкачиваешь, кроме энциклопедии. Все, ты уже не знаешь нифига. Ну ладно, я вот играл по энциклопедию. Там, конечно, все параметры говорят. Там и вкачаешь электрохимию на максимум, она тебе будет говорить по всей виду наркоты, например. Это текстовое РПГ, честно, я не вижу проблемы. Ну, видео не твой жанр, Синах, просто. Если показать в красный и черный, если мне не изменяет память, то вон та стенка будет как ковер в Сиянии, на которой мальчик игрался. Я не смотрел Сияние, а не Сахар. Видимо, вот эта вот стенка, да? Или что-то какая? Ромбы. Ага. Или вот это, ну, там они похожи. Мы говорим об СНР. Если ты думаешь, что это реальные цифры, то я знаю парня, который готов продать тебе мост в Ля Шахте. Тяжело, наверное, бороться с медведем, когда ты в форме. Тяжело, наверное, бороться с медведем, когда ты пьяный. Что-то я не верю этим цифрам.
What are you, a statistician? Did the moral intern send you on a fact-finding mission? This is the SRV party line, comrade.
Да, похоже, хиппи, да, действительно. Фактически один в один. Даже чего ж там похоже. Ну, узор именно. Узнать, что это за рубежом, всегда полезно вернуться к оглавлению.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Что такое Kunst and Kultur?
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture.
Так и есть. Кунсткамера не просто так называется. В смысле, похоже, тот же узор. Почему эту рубрику решили назвать на вальдском, тебе неведомо. Ты разрешаешь мне унижать нон-сабов? Нет.
As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS.
SC. Ну, блин, все отписка.
The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. The is held quadrennially on the prestigious Zero Carousel racing circuit.
Лишь бы поунижать. А зато, хиппи, ты можешь покпекать без ограничения припирания со стороны хозяина канала. В смысле, это по дефолту встроено в ваш контракт, Фоксен. Прочитать про СЧ.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Ладно, посмотрим, что эти коммунисты говорят о тип-топе.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
Логично. Этого я бы ожидал. Погоди, а с тип-топом-то что не так?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically. Oddly enough, this article has two bylines. Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names.
Стоп, почему это не настоящие имена?
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
Посвященный специально мне великому импотенту хиппи. Хиппи. Пупек. Что такое плохого в спонсорстве?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a fritter.
Верно, потом ты видишь, как они разбиваются.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
Ха, ведь и правда, меня действительно интересует там только насилие.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Посмотрим, что они имеют в виду под местными вопросами.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
За что их еще выселять-то?
Ah, this must be Gaston's handiwork.
Бать деньги после возможности где-то жить действительно возмутительная практика. Я думаю, что для всех было бы лучше, если бы пролетариат и капиталисты смогли бы пойти к какому-то разумному соглашению. Почему меня это должно волновать? Это не имеет ко мне никакого отношения. Да, согласен.
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Ну что ж, мы его почитали. Это нам что-то дало, кстати, кроме боевого духа-то чуть-чуть. Такое себе. Величайший светоч. 16 дней холодного апреля.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage, an aluminium block, a bunch of sodden papers sagged from the arson, petty theft, spousal. You don't exactly close them. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
Квадратная пуля.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
Я тут оформлю что-нибудь очень полезное. Тоже, надеюсь, не сахар.
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
Диван в неожиданном месте.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it, in the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
А выглядели как мудаки. Невыносимые скоты. Молодежь это зло. В общем, ты понял, жаловал по поводу тахты или дивана, неважно.
They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it, too, where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, because they felt it's intellectual.
And drank coffee. Почему-то эта фраза не была сказана про кофе.
Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up. And you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Было нет. Фраза голосом он не сказал. Текстом, да. Голосом тоже я не услышал. Окей, сорян. Я не понимаю этих парней.
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
Незакрываемое дело.
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration.
Погодите, это и есть дело? Все? Эти два чувака? Лесли и Берк, ну да.
The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression.
А нельзя просто убрать их с улицы?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is. Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening, fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. He tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years.
Еще и в твой огород кинули камень. Да, да.
It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Ведет себя непристойно в общественном месте.
Good. You're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. And let's be fair, you also have party eyes. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it.
Party eyes, зрачки выглядят подозрительно.
In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore.
Мы действительно алкашом уже были тогда.
Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved.
Ужасно! Ужасно! И при этом, типа, дело закрыто.
Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
Полицейский просто отделал чувака. Убийство в кальянной.
Tum 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 at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
Как ты все это сделал, стоя посреди комнаты? Так, блин, Хорн, мы читаем дела свои предыдущие, которые закрывали раньше, давно. как-то случилось.
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner JM, only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
Понятно, займемся убийством.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Стоп, а Джозеф Милls был хорошим копом?
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
По-любому все очень просто, да, оказалось?
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
А кайф от этого можно словить?
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
Да, как и у меня. Вот дебилизм.
Yeah. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open. Blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be?
Интересно, не вышли ли мы чипушку с кэшем?
Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge.
Но Криусов встал, потерял сознание, ударился в стол, умер.
See? You can't even read the thing about solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply. And you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
Он, должно быть, серьезно сосался.
Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name.
Это как-то связано, его звали Стивен. И что он делал там целых 6 часов?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next.
Joseph Mills, твою мать.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sides from the clipboard. It takes about half an hour. Not much has changed. Thin, see-through. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much. It's made of dark blue plastic with your hands. You four-sized pages. The acidic stench of rotting, you know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls. Probably called Fermi discreet.
Знаю, Сильвия уже сказал мне, что я тупил в унитазе.
If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing it?
Я полицейский, это моя работа, я просто следую улики, понимаешь?
Torturing your own nose for no reason is not conducive to case cracking, bud.
Ты злишься на меня, нос?
Yeah. Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit huffing. Quelle fucking surprise. Come on, no more. The ledger is going back down.
Жесть, да. Говномиазмы. Все как мы любим. Есть мнение о тебе, твой женос. Чё, спать?
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
А нельзя вообще там окно как-нибудь починить? Нет.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours.
Отправиться спать.
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go.
Я вижу соседнюю комнату.
No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Почему?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
Отныне починить фильм по ремонту окон за 4 часа не будет больше. Я пожинаю, что посеял, перенесу боль с достоинством.
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the day. You keep coming back to yourself in the mirror. But why? To admire all your accomplishments?
Интересно, из-за того, что у меня урон по телу высокий, или в целом просто второй сон он такой?
You're just stuck here. In the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
Присмотрюсь, я сегодня присмотрюсь к людям, они мне нравятся.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. Others are scared. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets.
Крутая концепция. Найди правду, может даже тут текст имеет состояние ХП.
People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Три глаза, да, отстойный сон.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore.
Два сообщения теперь не сконтыть. Ну, можно, надо просто вкачать в электрохимию и надеяться на удачу.
The door is closed.
Или не хочет. Да. Доброе утро. Так, это кто? О, коллеги?
Yes?
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Погоди, ты патрульный РГЛ?
Yes, I am.
Я тоже коп.
I know.
Here's the real deal.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere, but if you had to guess, you would say the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
Я расследую убийство. Ты кавалерия?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
Все в порядке, почему ты не хочешь со мной говорить?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
С чего? Я несу слово конца грядущего. Клево встретить еще одного копа. Я думал, мы с Кивом единственные.
No, you're not. You're not the only cop in the world.
Он от головы
Okay,
выдыхает.
fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
Какого-то участка.
What precinct?
Она же вздыхает.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
Человек в темных очках. О, это же начальник наш, который в этом в отделении был, только в очках и в парике странном. Один в один.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
Ты же из полиции, да? Клево, я тоже.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
Погоди, а он из полиции?
Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Да, это он. Что вы полицейский тут делаете?
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are...
Сотрудница полиции.
Yes, a policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two is making her uncomfortable.
Ладно, до свидания.
You look like shit.
Ты потёр лицо, отражая своего
And I
темного.
don't mean that as a metaphor.
Знаю, так и задумано.
Like undercover?
Конечно, женщина в форме АГМ.
Well, as far as disguises go, this is one of the best I've seen. I mean, I could swear you're an actual bomb.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face
Da,
in
da.
your head. A similar but different face. The suit, the sunglasses, the haircut. He's famous. That's how you know his face.
Плюс один звонил на участок.
Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge
А
missing?
что если ты купнул не в том направлении, ты для скажешь, водитель прислал по твою душу киллеров? Погоди, твой голос, я его узнаю.
Really? I wonder where.
Я не дам потерял удостоверение, когда звонил даже тебе, там был ты.
That's the where you remember me from?
Может быть.
Okay then. It's probably a coincidence. People sound alike. Goodbye.
Да, это точно он, камон. Ну да, на других-то нет на полицейскую волну.
Again? I can't believe this.
There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of an outfit, maybe. A uniform.
Прямая форма тут метафорическая, передовой пролетариат, так?
I want to say, yes, I think.
Я не хочу этого
Then
спрашивать.
don't. No one's forcing you.
Ким, кто это?
I'm not getting involved in it.
Ты как знаменитость, что ли?
Not as famous as you, superstar.
Зачем он без тени иронии?
Yeah, it's still irony.
Стой, я знаменитость?
Oh yes, big time. Who hasn't heard of the far-out son of liver failure?
Где такой бухой сын Лунга?
Far-out son of liver failure. The super cop who voluntarily enters an alcohol-induced delirium to solve crimes.
The woman has a slight smirk on her face. She's trying to keep a straight face. There's a joke you're not getting here. Could have something to do with the brain damage.
Хорошо.
No, not entirely.
У меня типа вопрос, я вижу
But
коп.
what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
На пророка?
Not the prophet shit again.
Теперь ты видишь
No.
мои вопросы? А ты разве не обязан?
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now.
Если не хочешь слушать мои вопросы, может, хочешь послушать, как я говорю всякое? Вот знаешь, нет, я не хочу слушать, как ты говоришь всякое.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
Короче, следует делу, тут повесили мужчину.
So, do you know who hanged him?
Блин, почему я вообще тебе это говорю?
I don't know. Why are you?
Он очень странно на тебя смотрит.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
Ладушки, увидимся. А зачем он все приехал?
Yes?
Чего он тут делает?
Yes? What is it?
Ты с ним угадать на мужчину с
Of
очках?
course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
Следи за тобой. Так что напрямую так не скажет. На вид он клевый.
Well, he's not. He's a sack of shit barely kept together by crazy glue. But at least he tries. Unlike you.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
А ты случаем не пролетарка?
Well, raising 2 children and half a husband on a patrol officer's wage? Yes, I guess I am working class.
Круто! Я полетаю.
Okay.
Что он тебе не верит, что у тебя потеря памяти? Похоже, что да.
Can I help you?
А вы опять посмотрим
Got the
сегодня?
20 real?
Пока нет.
Then why are you wasting my...
And why you wasting my time?
Oh, hello,
Хочешь,
dear.
чтобы побольше узнать о криптидах?
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Все, сдался уже. Да, пофиг, давай
Of course,
криптиды.
officers. Is there a particular cryptid you two are interested in learning about?
Криптид самый большой.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
Да, Ким, неужто ты сам не хочешь еще послушать по
The
криптидам?
lieutenant pauses thoughtfully. Something in him breaks.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Жгите.
Well, the biggest cryptid is, of course, the horrible giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
Что таким странным сиянием?
Mirage or a psychogenous luminance.
Ким сломался, давайте нового. Насколько же велик этот великан?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your
О
field of
боже,
vision.
какой бред! Он опасный!
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Who here? No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
Да, какой криптид? На ручке что медали тоже криптид? Вы подачу на ручку?
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo.
Военная байка?
Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva.
Ого, слюной?
Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight.
Уже говорили про неисследованный подвид человека?
Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
Готов поручиться, Ким относится к тому же виду, что и вы довольно нелепы, же
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today.
У меня так теория, это не как шнур или еще что-то там как его, это просто мелкие незаметные грибы, которые спускают галлюциногенные поры, когда на них наступает, это видится всякое. Бывают невидимые
What
криптиды.
an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
Да, Ким, это ребят что, но я должен знать.
Okay, I won't spoil your fun. What is the invisible cryptid?
It's the Koldamama Dakwa. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Koldamama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Koldamama Dakwa can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
Шепот тихо шелестящий.
Yes, that's another translation. They're both quite lovely, aren't they? Although the low part is a little ironic. The Koldamama Dakwa makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that other animals, including humans, can't hear it.
Ooh,
It
да.
could be everywhere, all of the time, and we wouldn't know.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Ладно, заинтриговали.
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
А он может быть здесь, оглядеться прямо сейчас?
Could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
Какие свидетельства того, что это животное состоит из звука?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
Ага, певчих птиц.
The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest-pitched bat calls.
Паттерн напомнили сигналы к еде с правильной миграцией.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Coldamamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Продолжайте.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them. Sequester,
Имена?
Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually.
Почему мама Даква так нас боится?
That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
Почти
They
вымерла?
tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaqwas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear? Psst.
They cancel each other out.
Они гасят друг друга.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population. After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Koltamamadaqua population anywhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though, ma'am.
I'm glad you did, dear.
Но мне понравилось, что интересно. Что насчет...
What about what?
Какой птиц самый
The
опасный?
gnome of Jeroma.
Шерский гном? Звучит не слишком страшно.
Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
А что этот птиц был
It
похож?
was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it.
Ни хрена себе,
It
испугались.
still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
Жеромский гном, это же ГГ, как она могла не знать?
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of these very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but
Да.
a real loss for science.
Ох, ненасытен я до криптидов.
I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if you get the chance. He's the real expert.
У меня пока что все.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Maybe later. Что за как его же кислота могла его разъесть? Вот, да.
Was that? Could it be Coldamamadaqua? No, it's probably just your imagination.
Да, что-то слышу, послушаться.
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always?
Погоди, Кима, ты слышишь этот высокий звук?
No, I don't hear the Koldomama d'Aqua, and neither do you.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf.
Сначала прислушаться.
There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species.
У кого-нибудь какая-то микроволновка работает.
It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
Повернуть голову на звук.
Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
Нет, я не спрошу тебя, пожалуйста,
Keep
прислушиваться.
your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Да. Ну чё, Эврар, погнали к нему?
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Есть сигаретка?
No.
Окей.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Стукач, кто зашел, оказался у него шикарная коллекция кружек в колониальном стиле.
Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
Да, коллекция кружек ясно демонстрирует его устаревший взгляд на
Like I
общество.
said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend.
Скажи, ты что-нибудь знаешь о парнях Харди?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
The file cabinet stands steady as the drawers slide.
Бутылочки.
This is the night walk.
Рене. Wild Pines. Это звук в озвучку. В смысле, добавили. Что ты имеешь в виду?
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Так, погоди.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Oh lord, not this
Как
again.
ты стал таким врагом? Вас только не это. В чем дело, Ким?
Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my all I did
Это мы читали.
was take her fortune and go right ahead.
Я не могу его больше раз спросить об этом. О том, что он нам бабоса дал. Об инвестициях.
trouble at all, Mr.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Я открыл дверь, о которой вы говорили. Можем мы теперь обсудить убийство?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
He's trying to figure out if you're lying.
Я заглянул внутрь, у стукача на стене висел флаг старого Ивашоля. Возможно, я загляну внутрь и обнаружу целую коллекцию российских
Just
кружек.
as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on Everart's Rainbow Coalition.
Это же коалиция Эврара.
He was testing you, and you succeeded.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
По поводу коллекции в той квартире. Нашел похожего в мусорном баке рядом с одеждой повешенного.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best. Helping people. With the power of politics.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder?
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you.
Oddly, it seems to be true.
Стукач мог почистить следы за
Believe
убийцами.
me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this. But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists.
Мне кажется, толстый чувак там живет.
I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
Отличная техника, из-за получился первоклассный сержант.
Would he? I'm not so sure about it.
Oh, you're too kind, Harry. Way too kind. I know I'm not a real police officer. You are.
Я слышу, что между линчеванием и забастовкой есть связь. Хотел бы послушать, что вам об этом
By
известно.
now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Это игра слов. Погодите, у вас есть деревенский слов?
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village. But the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Продолжайте.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
Погодите, перевозит по контейнеру?
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
Hanging out and trees. Трое, да, говорит трое.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Погодите, там замешаны все жители района?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
И кто носит это туда?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested.
Yeah.
They're Martin A's boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
Откуда вы знаете, что наемников прислала грузовая компания?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
Эта компания называется Кремнел, возможно, раньше это был Седимент.
Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me.
Вы говорили, что это девочка
Oh,
адвокате?
Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Wait, the girl by the whirling, who was keeping an eye on you.
Да мы же уже знаем, что да, вы отправили ее следить за мной, притворившись садовницей.
I did that, didn't I? She thinks
We
of
знаю,
herself as a
было дело.
guerrilla fighter. These middle-class kids and the books they read are crazy, Harry. I think she would rather be an insurgent than a lawyer. I hope it's a phase.
Расскажи мне о Харди и команде.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martin A's and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Эвара, встречался с парнем Харди, можешь попросить их быть
But of
позговорчивее?
course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
Авторитет тупит. Погодите, зачем вы мне это даете?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
Needless to say, this is another move. Don't take it.
Чё? Мне это не нужно. Мне нужна только ваша помощь с парнями
No,
Харди.
I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. but I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Отлично, поговорили по две
Was
итоги.
it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course,
Mr.
I also wanted you to
Martinez.
find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Пока что.
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat.
Сейчас, секундочку.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think
короче,
it wants to
прочитал
be
предыдущий
found?
вариант.
I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal for you.
Это очередная коррупционная уловка, так и ни лево, ни право, и дело то, что подсказывает мне сердце.
And what would this entail?
Короче, он мне нифига не рассказал полезного-то. Типа, такой, вот парня убили этого чувака, и чё, я ни хрена не узнал.
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
He thinks he can force you into his scheme. You can turn this around on him if you accept.
Ха-ха! Типа написать другое сообщение. Ким, что скажешь?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
Да.
But he thinks it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
Для чего эти подписи?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Эвер, тот еще хитрожоп. Как, кстати, пошел знаком с ним? Так себе. Он нас на стул посадил, стул был неудобный. С пистолетом мы там запаниковали. Где именно находится это
On the
место?
coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Что будет с теми, кто живет там
They're
сейчас?
just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
А вы на 100% уверены, что никто не останется без крыши над
Am
головой?
I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour.
Ладно, если я там окажусь, то я попрошу их.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
Незапечатанный белый конверт.
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun.
Проводит рукой по своим редким волосам. Так. Белка вес маркой в правом верхнем углу. Получен от Эвара Клэра. Вытыкивает юридический документ на имя Изабель Сади и Лильен Картер. Необходимы подписи обеих сторон. У нас есть очко навыков. Ну вот мне не нравится вот этот минус визуальный анализ, минус авторитет. Реакционеры повсюду. Я бы забыл вот этот навык. Колдо Мамадаква. 15 эндотриба, Жемивью, дереализация. Давай 15-ю эндотрибу. Мы ее уже читали. Так, пойдем летальное убийство еще раз. Блин, наверное, про пулю рано ему говорить. Если Джойс, она представляет компанию.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here. We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I helped you get the body down. And I'm helping you find your gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
А что случилось с предыдущим переговорщиком Гамоном?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
Во время прошлых переговоров он заставил компанию пойти на уступки. Зачем отпускать такого союзника?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
Вы назвали его карликом.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
Джой сказал, что предыдущие писали по Союзу исчез по подозрительных обстоятельствах.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Забавно, Джойс не упоминал никакой запеканки.
Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
Почему не пустили ее к себе?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Ва, Джойс, кажется, считает, что профсоюз будет повышать требования.
Yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Я сказал Джой, что сейчас с
It's
вами.
perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine.
Ладно.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Помните, спрашивал по контейнеру? Оказывается, сидел супербогатый светоискривляющий тип.
Mega rich lightbending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
Он настолько богат, что может попасть куда угодно.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich lightbending guys.
Damn it! Человека с изобретательным мышлением ничто не остановит.
Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect.
Легко делец неолиберального района. 9 раз воспеть хвалу свободному рынку. Вот именно, прости господи, вы же социалист.
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbor's fog lights. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
Not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town.
Да, в смысле? Я думал, просто он уверен в этом, что он там есть. Мега богатый, искривляющий пространство. Да, явно троллил Гарри, думая, что ГГ троллит его.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Да, ему там нормально.
Wondering man.
Союз и обман.
Right, two.
Да ладно вам, не очень надо. Так, ну что, к Джойс идем? Так.
Officer.
It is such a...
Недостаточно, чтобы удовлетворить женщину. Чего этого?
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Сначала посмотреться.
The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. Just chips in the sandstone. They look pretty ancient.
Я смотрю, я все помню. Показать осколок в стене. Здесь кого-то стреляли. Мы же полицейские, должны оставить это дело.
There? Those are old.
А, хочешь сказать, они еще с эволюции?
Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law.
Ладно, что можешь сказать об этой эволюции?
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Ну что, Джойс, привет.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
Компьютер будет лол там. Торрент докачался, а я в нем поставил настроечку, что после того, как он докачается, он перезапустит компьютер, и он такой, типа, компьютер будет только через 15 секунд, и такой, Да, там народ скандировал. Без понятия. Да, я тоже. Поговорить свой плащ такой же мокрый, как у нее.
Very rugged. Good choice. Now, I suspect you had questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. Am I right?
Мне еще остается по поводу этой реальности.
Lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Так, ща, погоди.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Мне нравится музыка, какая вырубается, когда мы с ней болтаем. Там такая прям... Сейчас время опередится.
You're back. Good. What more lessons in basic reality?
А что такое? Придумай что-нибудь важное для
My
тебя.
favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
У РГМ есть доступ к базе данных МПС. РГМ использует безгильзовые пули. Кима сказал про РГМ.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Концептуализация.
You're back. Good. What can I... More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day?
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all. It's on the tip of your tongue, a doubt of sorts, already in your head. But it's not fully formed yet. You have to wait and return to this later, once the jamais vu thought is complete.
Jamais vu. Надо обдумать, окей. В какие времена мы живем, да? Ща, погоди, еще раз впереди. Double fail.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic
Какие времена мы живем?
These are unimportant times, detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Опоздали к чему?
For the big time.
Ее глаза загораются, она сверкает белозубой улыбкой. А что за великие времена?
Revolution.
Ха, что же за эволюция, о которой мне постоянно твердят?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights.
Нифига.
It's a real kerfuffle.
В этой игре нужна возможность переодеваться прямо в диалог. Да, Заксониус, но они специально это убрали. То есть вы описали это как махач стаи макак?
Why, of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intra-species warfare.
Эти макаки не были злыми?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
Он смотрит на тебя пронизывающим взглядом. Ну ладно, нейтральными. На самом деле они добрые. Нейтральными.
On the other hand,
с другой стороны, она смотрит, поворачивается на север, смотрит на разбомбленные здания вдоль береговой линии и поеживается. И кто словил пулю головой?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution.
Охренеть.
But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
А коммунисты и анархисты стреляли в ответ?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Настоящий кавардак.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Помощь лейтенант, заявившийся песной
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
Кто-нибудь еще словил пулю голову на противоположной стороне?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew.
Может, точка зрения интересна, но каковы ваши аргументы переодеваются? Еще в этих странах бушках не звучат убедительней.
The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Умный король.
Yes. King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? Anyway, Gil got out alive and his nephew Frisell got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
А у кого право на недра?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Такие под либералами вы подразумеваете?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with a constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
Как им удалось выиграть?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
Если все были мертвы, то кому было сдаваться?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Вы сказали, что либералы и так уже все забрали.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
А кто вход в коалицию?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Ну, там то есть, что с ним на Твиче? По-моралистски?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights. And not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
Уже очень давно.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Не только технически, но и практически на мгновение явилась надежда.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean.
Чё, как она часто говорит про стрельбу в голову. Когда случился этот
Turn of
кавардак?
the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in 02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
И кто ее начал?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
И что этот царат сделал?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Что? Не может быть.
Indeed. Zarat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Типа... Типа... Паразит, который буквально, ну, изменил сознание людей. Микроорганизм. Больше статов было не в одеждах, а в мягких предметах, которые можно было бы носить на себе. Эти часы, бумажка, щетка, поток, очки, блокнот, ручка, перочинный ножик, фонарик, кительная трубка, набор отмычки, после ключей, запонки, цепочка, кольцо и так далее. Куда все это распространилось?
Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
Что случилось потом?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Что такое зона контроля?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the coalition of nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
Что случилось с остальным миром?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
Как долго это продолжается?
43 years. Hard to fathom, I know.
И чем занимались все это время?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
А что потом?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
И тогда пришло диско.
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Что бы вы изменили?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
No, her first.
Я задал вопрос, какова ваша роль в
And I asked you, past-less detective of the citizens' militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Черт, а? Я бы нашел медицинское решение. Похоже, царат сводил людей с ума.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago,
Ладно, вероятно, это было невозможно. Что сделано, то сделано, так будет всегда.
Always. That's the can't-do attitude that truly defines late modernity. You may prove a modern man yet.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the MCL.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position.
Understandable.
Довольно старых
They
времена.
are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
А скажите мне, что вы такое?
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
Промолчать.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor, a devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Ё, смилка, если ты либерал? Круто, я и сам либерал. Либерализирую за всех сил. Не понимаю, что ж тут такого ужасного. Чего там с либералом-то? Ультралиберальные плюс 1 реал дают нам. Я и сам либерализирую за всех сил, да.
Not like me. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp who pushed the king under a shitwagon and betrayed the revolution. Are you liberated enough to offer up your home on a plate for financial colonists? No, I think not. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
Я обучаю вас только потому, что вы так очаровательны. Подкаст такой. Да, чё, давай, да.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Дьявола ужасный.
I hope we're able to continue as friends, despite my scaly bulk and my intimidating liberal credentials. This was not the plan all along. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
А вы поступили бы иначе.
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
Знаешь, вообще нет других выборов, говорит Фоксен.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
Почему? Четвертый вариант мне пофиг, типа нормальный выбор Фоксен.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Вы патриотка?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Вы умная женщина.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
Скорость либерала у нас неплохо натентует. Скорость либерала у нас была, а то получается, что у нас 4 варианта, из которых вы зло, а 4 мне пофиг, все равно странно. Почему? Мне пофиг, это и есть же либеральный вариант Фоксем, а за нет? Ты имеешь право быть кем угодно. У вас есть дочери, подойти туда?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
Что такое тяжелый случай
It's a neurological
цефалопатии?
disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia, It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
Из-за чего возникает энцефалопатия?
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
Это точно из-за пьянства. Пошутим. А, ну тогда это, скорее всего, из-за
That
операции.
seems unlikely.
Никто не понимает шутки. Что это, спрашиваешь ты, скидывая руки в голову?
Bird? A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Не угадали, положите.
Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea.
Что, серьезно?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
Я имел в виду это место, где мы находимся.
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot.
Зачем как отрицание ближе к негативу, чем к менталитету? Не, негатив это был ужасный, Оксан.
Or two.
Рue Сен-Гислен 33А, что это за дом?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
Поднимая взгляд на фасад здания с
This one
штукатуркой.
used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Кто жил в таких домах?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off. Splat, splat.
Стоящий на полувоздушном балконе Синди Чей подносит измазанную красной краской кисть к горлу и бросает на Джойс злобный взгляд. Кап-кап.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a
Wonderful.
Прелестно. А это что, обязательно
The
сидит
girl
человек?
in the old lady rags.
Да.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Ну, ужасно, совсем негатив. Ну ладно, видимо, просто хотел видеть вариант с согласием, более очевидным. Инфракультура.
Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Интересная мысль. Ладно, а теперь представьте, что объяснять все то же самое ребенку. Нет, это все понимаю, я все понимаю, может как-нибудь усложнить.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
Спасибо, пока что
Glad to
все.
have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Так, погоди. Жамевю. Особый административный регион Найвашоль, Лекаю, Оставалийский океан, коалиционное правительство, Оставалийский операционный штаб. Столько названий, ни одно из них не кажется знакомым. Они звучат как настоящие, но что-то не так. Ты чувствуешь себя ребенком, осматривающим наклейки на холодильнике. Трувант, абрикосовая компания, Всемирная Ига 34. Ты почти видишь, как тянешься к ним рукой. Подцепить уголок, попробовать отклеить. Это кажется тебе самой важной из всех мыслей. То, что обязательно надо довести до конца. Так. Я поговорю с родителями государственных
Yes,
перекрестков.
my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Погодите, а где конкретно расположены эти ваши глаза?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout, most likely. That would give them a read on the entire quarter.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I am sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn.
О, ее не интересует, кто... Ну, хотя она догадалась, наверное, ну, судя по той информации, что ей сказали. Но вы ей не сказали напрямую, кто являлся наркозвеном.
I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Вы сказали резня?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
Поясните мне еще раз, как самосуд связан с
I
забастовкой?
have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Кратковременная потеря
They
веры?
were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Вам нужна охрана?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez.
Трое тоже
They
говорит.
report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
Охрененно.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him.
Это мы и так
He was
знаем.
taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
Что потом?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
Один из них, по-любому, это тот самый забастовщик.
It's a smokescreen.
Антистаточник.
In secret, they are
Антистатчичник.
conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
Тайное расследование независимого трибунала в отношении этого самого суда. О,
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
измеритель черепов быть не сахар. Что? Как он проник внутрь? Ты путаешь, что ли? Измеритель черепов головомер, который? Он же среди профсоюза. Как он мог быть подосланным воякой от этих чуваков? Он же против них борется. Это какой-то Штирлиц был бы. Ты что, не сахар?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
Он выглядел неуместно быть не сахар. Ну, нет, там-то вполне четко определяются его интересы и кому он служит, скажем так, и так далее. Он часть профсоюза. Должен признать, это вообще не диско.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
Тут план такой,
The
да?
muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Я не верю в такое развитие событий, для этого слишком много должно пойти не так. А вам не кажется, что вы описываете слишком уж мрачный исход?
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia.
Это уже не первый мрачный сценарий, который стал реальностью.
All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
Что знаете о Креннеле?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
К слову, мне она нравится гораздо больше, чем Эврар, потому что она напрямую с нами общается, без всякого типа, ой, я не могу найти, помочь вам с пистолетом. Типа, вот, короче, это чуваки, они хотят это будет ужасно, давайте что-нибудь с этим сделаем. Блин, круто.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Он сам по себе не сильно отличается, этого методики разные, суть одна и та же быть нататует. Ну, не знаю. Может быть. Но она мне нравится больше.
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little
Что
interest
еще вы не
in them.
знаете, да.
Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Она задумывается.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, man?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Вы можете связаться с компанией, вы хотите назвать их.
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Вы сказали, что погибший напал на женщину.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Кто же ее получил?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
Трибунал. Что сказали
That
подростки?
the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Ты наркоман, что ли? Нам Кит напрямую уже сам говорил, что вот чувак начал руки распускать, на деваху полез. Типа ты имеешь в виду заявление полиции никто не отправил? Так, конечно, его же линчевали сразу после этого.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the
Очень
gates.
странно.
Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
Способ допроса быть не сахар. Думаешь?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor.
Да, типа, что это была за
About a
женщина?
rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
Я предполагаю, что диалог произойдет раньше. Отстой! Скажи, ну уже несколько раз такие дела попадаются в ЕГЭ. К сожалению, да, не идеально все сведено. Скажите, покойник, кто повесили, вы знали его?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
Его звали...
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Скажите мне сначала об остальных.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
Представь себе, ради достижения только не могут обмануть Депешу, что будет ночной инфо. Вот такая. Ладно, не сахар, ладно. Для такого количества текста нереально сделать.
What would you say was
Все реально, вопрос количества времени, Nintendo Wait.
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
Я голос чувствую
That's all
сожаление.
right, then. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
Количество денег или времени.
Indeed. This matches the dental
Это
reconstruction.
практически одно и то же лазер в плане
What else?
разработки.
Nationality? Accent?
He was Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Где сейчас остальные наемники?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
По-любому женщина вторая, которая вояка, по-любому у нее пистолет наш. И все-таки нам нужно знать, где они.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Логика, да? 97% шанс. Так где же эти наемники?
One is obviously the scab leader
Да, это я
at the
знаю.
harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
Должно быть один из них стоящих протоков ворот Верзила в рабочей одежде не по размеру людей
Maybe
стачников.
so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a border keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
Вероятно, один из них с порушенных зданий наблюдает за перекрестком.
Would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel.
У меня есть к вам другие
I
вопросы.
hope I can answer it better.
Сколько у нас времени?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
А, типа отомстить.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
Это пока все.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
А теперь не могли бы вы рассказать мне об этих татуировках, показать их
Of
фотографии?
course. Excuse my hesitation before.
Определяет руку поверх защитного доса и берет фотографию, осматривает.
For about half a minute in silence.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Сохранять тишину, не влезая его уже не в
Her
лица.
mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
Что думаешь?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
Она указывает на одну из звезд на
I
фотографии.
can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Как цветы, сплетенные в узор?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago. The sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
Зачем нужна такая карта?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Где погибший успел побывать?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here.
Она указывает на точку на фотографии.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semnes Islands, then this.
Сначала на Семенинские острова, затем сюда, оказывает на его сердце. А это что такое?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Кто может сказать подробней?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Не нужна информация. Писать спасителю на иных татуировках. Я бы спросил, но не у наемников, а у кого-нибудь еще. Лазер, подскажи по этому поводу как-нибудь ненавязчиво, не знаю. Или я бы перерисовал узор, а потом спросил бы у наемников. А саму фотографию бы не показывал. Сказать насчет чего? Ну, типа, вот записать, не записать, чё думаешь, надо, не надо. Я могу подсказать Википедию. Так что мешает взять миссию, не делать ее? Ну, не знаю. Соблазн. Может, есть какой-то бонус, если мы не возьмем миссию, я не знаю. Просто если что мешает взять миссию, не принять ее, так бы всегда можно было делать. А так, может, есть какой-то бонус, если мы не возьмем миссию, действительно. Такой типа, не износить дело повестку, бах, плюс 5 опыта. Если такая штука. Можешь взять. Окей.
Do what you have to do, detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Я больше нет вопросов по татуировке. Спасибо за помощь.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Спасибо, на этом у меня пока все.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Что это за свет? Откуда?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Ну да, в последнее время очень упорно шел к этой славе. Так. Знаешь, я сейчас слышал суперзвезда и коп в одном приложении и понял, как странно это звучит.
What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rockstar politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish.
О да, я в последнее время очень упорно шел к этой славе.
You have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Bai, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Мотор.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
Поехали. Суперзвезда какая-то. Временный бонус за исследование -2 логика. Все равно вряд ли. Ну вот. Человек в темных очках. Полицейская волна сложно. Давайте эту проверку пройдем. И на сегодня закончим.
Hello again, officers. Джей Тукс 270, спасибо, что посетили экипажу. Добрую команду, welcome. Тукс, такс. У меня вроде еще один предмет был на полицейскую волну, нет? А, ну да, одного и того же типа.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Звонил на участок, она с ним. Что-то самое есть в этом мужчине разобраться.
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Скажи честно, ты меня откуда знаешь?
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Откуда? Из другой жизни?
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
41 же.
Okay, okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good.
Ты упомянул юридический 41 участок, я поговорю о нем подробней. Ах, юридический 41, да, давай о нем пофантазируем, он агрессивно моргает. Я не занят, ты не занят, давай подурачимся. В этой альтернативной вселенной, какие между нами и тобой были бы отношения?
Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
Ты вроде клёвый, хотел, чтобы ты был моим напарником. Так, Ким клёвей.
I'm sure he's fucking flattered, but Kim is not part of his thought experiment. In this one, we're partners.
The lieutenant is silent.
Ты вроде клёвый, я бы хотел, чтобы ты был моим напарником.
Would you now? Or would I be cramping your style? Never mind, partner.
Нет, ты бы вовсе не испортил мой
Okay.
стиль.
How about you stop wasting my time and get on with whatever you were doing then?
А у тебя есть расследование? О, нет, почему-то звука нет. Видишь ли, я люблю смотреть, как расследуют дела другие копы лучше меня, и следить за тобой было подлинным наслаждением. Так только хуже. А кто еще есть на нашем воображаемом полицейском
You're
участке?
not going to believe this, but police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang.
Что это со озвучкой в этой пачке второй раз? Кто такой блудный сын Лунга? Вот опять пить. О, так это же ты, наш эксцентричный гений. Он саркастически тебе подмигивает. Судя по новаторскому подходу к полицейскому делу, только ты это и можешь быть. Не хочешь сказать мне о нем или о ней побольше?
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Больше мне ничего не представляет.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
Давай еще раз поговорим про вечером.
Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. We're not wasting time. There is
Короче,
no
я след
time.
дело, оказывается, мужчину пострелили и повесили. Нет, нельзя ему это говорить.
Do you know who hanged him?
Пока нет.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Oh my god, there's more.
Нельзя ему это говорить.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
Вот да, очень странно.
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still.
Я тоже подумал на пост посетить с одного
Yes,
участка.
just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again?
Слушай, я просто
I
спасибо не
can't,
с одного
but I'm going
участка.
to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
Никому нельзя говорить. Адрес привет. Так.
Okay.
Ладно.
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent. Something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
Вот точно коп. Так. Силу воли я бы вкачал. Ну, это для проверок. Но так-то, как бы, на самом деле, мне бы, конечно, слабые свои стороны усилять. Или нет? Ладно, подумаем об этом в следующий раз, господа. На этом мы сейчас заканчиваем. На этом мы сейчас заканчиваем. Герой меча и магии 3. После маленького перерывчика что-нибудь перекушу. И герой. Поехали. Да. Па-да-па-па-пи-пу-пам, пи-па-пу-пи-да-пу-пи-пам.